Alright guys, this is day 6 of trading. We're opening the Monday on a dip in the SPY. Yep, so Monday has a dip in the SPY. And it looks like everything that I was planning to go into this week starting to go down. So on opening, I'm going to do a scan, and I'm going to see what I want to play. It looks like the SPY has a slight resistance here at 281. We'll see, what happens in the next hour or so, and that's going to dictate whether I'm going to play puts today or if I'm going to start playing some calls. So it looks like I was really happy about sticking to my original plan of not holding anything over the weekend, just because you don't know how things are going to happen in this volatile market. Oh yeah, we are starting this week at 492.92, and let's see how we can close. The goal for this week, we're gonna try and hit $1,000. I'm gonna try and do 2-day trades, save 1-day trade for a mistake. I did burn 1-day trade last Friday, so I'm gonna just try and use 2-day trades, and I'm going to also try and get 1 to 2 swing trades this week to hit that $1,000 goal. Alright guys, it looks like I'm probably going to grab a AMD call here. The main reason it looks like the yellow line is about to touch the purple line. Looks like it's going to be a good trade for me. A lot of momentum building on this stock. So I'm going to buy 2 weeks out. It's going to be for May. And I'm going to see if I can get a good swing on it. Implied volatility is kind of high. But it looks like this will be a really good trade to open on a swing. If I am wrong, I'm willing to take a stop loss on it. And I'll let you guys know what that is in a little bit as soon as I get my bid in. YouTube, it looks like the yellow line has touched. Okay, so it has touched. It's about to touch on the 15-minute line. It's about to touch on the 30-minute line. And by far with my past experience, as it touches the yellow line on the purple line, on the 1 hour chart, that is by far the best entry. I'm going to show you my position. I made a position on AMD. I bought one call. The average price of my call was $245 for one call, and it looks like I'm up about $7 or $8 on it. I put a $60 call. Okay. Reason being is AMD is having a really good trend right here. If I were to put a call at like $58 or $59, I'm going to be hedging way more of my portfolio than I'm wanting to hedge. Those calls are going to be closer to $300, and I don't have a whole lot of capital I'm working with. My main goal right here isn't exactly to have AMD hit $60. I don't really care if it does. I mainly want to be able to have that leverage in case it does. So I can also profit on just selling contract to somebody else who believes it's going to go to 60. AMD looks like it is trending. It is following my pattern of the yellow line touching the purple line. AMD also looks like the relative momentum index is bouncing off that 30 line, which is one of my other elements. MACD, it looks like it's going to have a crossover from this blue line touching the yellow line. It's going to send upwards. There's also a trend going up here. Overall, if you're looking at the channel of the graph, essentially the AMD is trending up. And I believe that it could trend up a little bit more. There's another technique that is a little bit more, I want to say it's a little bit more advanced. It's a little bit hard to teach, but I'm going to do my best. So basically, by looking at the scan volume, AMD is trading at 7.7 million shares right now on open within the first 10 minutes of the market. Implied volatility is right at 77%. This logic goes into thinking about what happened last week. AMD had an implied volatility of, I want to say it was pretty close to like 100%. AMD also had volume of, I'd say like 5.6 million. It wasn't like a whole lot on open. It took a little bit before the stock price started surging. But what typically happens from a psychological view is if you see that the relative momentum index is about to pick up here and the MACD is about to pick up, you notice that the general trend of the stock is picking up. You got to think psychologically, what other people are thinking. So in my head, I'm thinking, hey, psychologically, these other people are thinking AMD's going up. What happens is there's a large chain reaction of people just saying, hey man, the stock is going up, I'm going to buy the stock. Looks like it's a good stock, it's the only one that's doing good in this market. And so as you see here, there's a small trend under the trend channel. It went up, people took profits, it went down. The stock started getting pumped up again because people were like, hey man, AMD's a good stock, right? So that was the first chain reaction right here. The second chain reaction began right here, where people took profits again. People were like, hey man, AMD's a really good stock. Same thing happened right here. Same thing happened right here. Today is a Monday. It dipped down, which is normal. People are taking profits again. So what I'm willing to bet is, based on the momentum index and based on the MACD value, based on this yellow line touching this purple line, there's going to be another continuation pattern of, hey man, I think this is a really good stock. I think it's really going to go up. So that's why I'm willing to risk one contract for AMD to go to $60. It looks like with this trend pattern, if you're drawing this trend triangle, the channel at the top touches right about here. It's going to be right about $60. So I'm willing to bet that by the end of the week, the stock price is going to go to $60. That's why I entered this trade. And as you can see, it looks like so far it's pretty successful. I'm going to watch this pretty closely just because a large percentage of my portfolio is in AMD, and I'm not wanting to risk a whole lot of money if it's going to go south. Now, one thing that I do want to point out for you guys is AMD is also a S&P 500 stock. So as this SPY yellow line touches this purple line, it's going to make AMD exponentially shoot up once the SPY goes up. So AMD is already differentiating from the SPY, so that's a really good sign. So once it's already differentiating and then the SPY begins to have a recovery, then you're going to see a very, very large movement in AMD. So I believe, based on all the experience that I've had with trading, once this SPY hits this yellow line, it's going to have AMD pop up really, really quickly. If AMD hits $60 by the end of today, because the SPY is going to touch the yellow line is going to touch the purple line, and I might actually lock in the profits today. I might actually burn day trade on a Monday, which is very, very uncommon for me to do. But I am trading with a small account, and I want to show you guys that it is possible to go from $500 to $10,000. My main goal is to get pretty close to $600 today. I do want to be able to show you guys that by the end of the week, I'm going to be able to close on a 2x, which is going to be right around $1,000. There's not going to be a whole lot of room for error. If I was playing with one of my larger accounts with AMD, I would have been really confident in this trade based on all my analysis and what I just told you guys. I would have probably thrown $10,000 on AMD going to 58, and I would have probably taken a day trade with $10,000 for like a I want to say like a 1.7% profit, so about 70% in profits. So if you're going to throw down $10,000, that would have been a $7,000 gain for a day trade. So yeah, I'm willing to bet AMD is probably going to hit. From my past experience, based on this momentum, by the end of the day, it will close probably, I'd say about 58.34. If the momentum does pick up, it's because it is a Monday. There is a differentiating factor from the SPY. If the SPY adds into it, then it is very likely that momentum could build. AMD could hit $60. If it does hit $60, you need to lock in profits right away, because that jump is going to be insane for one day. And so if you have that big of a movement in one day, you're looking at AMD price probably going up like 4 or 5%. And that's going to be a really big indicator that they'll most likely be a sell-off the next day. Just because there's people like me who are thinking, hey, I want to lock in these profits. I just want to stick to my plan. But there's going to be a lot of people who are going to take that risk and say, hey man, we're going to be gambling. We think AMD is going to go higher than $60 because CEO is doing really good. We're really emotionally attached, and it's something you don't want to do. It's something I don't teach my students, and I'm trading on the market. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is continue my scans. I do have about $237 of cash flow right now. I'm going to let AMD ride it out. I'm going to watch this graph pretty closely, and by the end of the day, we're going to see how close my prediction is. You're going to see what my thought process is throughout the day. You're going to understand why I'm going to stay with this trade as a swing trade. This is a really good indicator for me. This 15-minute mark, the yellow line just crossed that purple line on AMD. That's the exponential moving average for 15 minutes. Looks like right here, the 5 minutes already crossed. as the 15-minute crosses, the 30-minute is the lagging interval. As the yellow line touches this purple line at the 30-minute interval, that's going to clarify that my 1 hour interval is going to be a rise through yellow going through purple. And so these are all exponential. And when it's exponential, you're going to see a very, very large, very, very powerful movement. So I'm going to go ahead and continue some scans. I'm going to throw my scans on the right side of the screen. So I do apologize that you're not going to be able to see the graph of the trend for a while of the portfolio, but you will be able to see the graph of AMD. You're going to be able to see exactly how AMD is moving. And I really hope you guys learned something from what I'm trying to do. Alright guys, I'm going to point something out. So, stock ticker EXEL, looks like there's a huge movement right here on the 1 hour chart. If you see something like this when you're playing options, I really want to urge you guys, avoid this. Don't chase something like this. It's already up 23%. It would be absolutely stupid, just because the majority of the time, this is something that's going to destroy your portfolio. You don't want to buy puts yet because there's no consolidation, so you don't know the market, if the stock price is going to continue going up. You don't want to buy calls because usually once it moves up this fast on open, it's going to take a while before it actually makes any other movements. If you're going to play this one, don't chase it, just wait it out. Probably wait, 6 hours. So you probably wait like about an hour before close, or you're gonna wait till the next day before you play this one. Don't play this one now just because you saw it popped up within the first 30 minutes of opening. going to go ahead and draw this Fibonacci on AMD just to predict where it's going to go within the 1 minute chart. This Fibonacci, just for my own reference, it's not going to do a whole lot comparison to this yellow line touching this purple line here, because that's going to be the main strong indicator. So I'm not trying to make you guys worry, thinking like, hey man, he's drawing Fibonacci, he's going to want to stop out of this sale, stop out of this this trade really soon. It's not like that. I just want to see, where it's going to bar off. That way, if it does go south, I can mitigate my risk. But I'm pretty confident still that the stock price is going to pop up quite a bit, and it's going to be a very good swing trade for me. So I'm going to stick with that plan. Once again, you do need to know generally what's going to happen with the stock. So see, I drew that Fibonacci already. I drew it when the stock was right around here. It's coming around, so you can see it's going to bounce off that 38.2 line. Fibonacci already predicted. So a really good question that one of my students just asked was, if you already knew that the stock popped up really fast and you know it's going to bounce down a little bit lower, why did you enter the position so soon? Well, I entered the position a little bit sooner just because, on Monday you don't know what's going to happen. If you buy in between your prediction, you know that if there is a consolidation, stock price can continue popping up, and also you don't want to waste a whole lot of time just watching one graph, just because you're going to be missing out on a lot of opportunities. What I went ahead and did is I put that AMD call, I purchased it somewhere in between the lines of where I thought it was going to end up in, and that's just going to take a whole lot of trading experience before you can safely say, hey, I can look at this graph, I can predict where I want to enter. That's just based on my experience, and so that's why I threw the 245 in here, and that's just because I wanted to have more time to look at my other graphs and to do a little bit more scanning, just so I can get more opportunities for making better plays. So I'm going to continue scanning. I'm going to mute my mic. I did have a long conversation with a client on Sunday and Saturday, so my voice may be a little bit raspy today, so I do apologize for that. I'm going to try and save my voice and stop talking so much. So basically, based on my experience, I've scanned a couple of oil stocks just because they came on my scanner, and it looks like a lot of the oil stocks are taking a beating today. So I would look for an opportunity to trade the oil stocks probably on Tuesday, just because once something takes a beating, psychologically the next day is when everyone's like, oh man, it's going down, and then they panic sell. So a lot of these oil stocks are taking a beating today. They'll probably take another beating tomorrow before I enter in on any of them. If you remember from last Friday, my main oil stock I wanted to play was NPC. So we'll see how that's going on. Actually going a little better than I thought. We'll see how it's going to go, just because a lot of the oil stocks are taking a beating today. This one may also take a beating. I really do like this stock. Looks like SPY is about to hit a crossover. I want to estimate about 30 minutes, so about 9:30 there should be a crossover from the yellow line touching the purple line. That raise is going to exponentially send AMD going up. So one thing I really want to point out to you guys, which is super important. I tell my students this all the time. You see a big difference from the gap of the yellow line and the purple line. As soon as you see the crossover, there will be a big gap of the yellow line above the purple line. This is really simple. This is Newton's law. Every action is going to be equal or opposite reaction. As you see here, big gap, big gap. See here, big gap. So what do you think is going to happen as the yellow line crosses the purple line? You're going to see a big gap, right? And that big gap means this is going to exponentially shoot up. So I'm going to say it's going to go like maybe 285. 285 would probably be a pretty good pop. 285 on the SPY should should send AMD shooting up to 58, say 58.20. You know, I'm just gonna tell, just because AMD has its own factor where it's differentiating from the SPY continues going, and it could be, you know, it could do something extremely different. Another thing that could happen is it could be another catalyst. You can have some joker on the news saying something stupid about, you know, we're crashing, something is gonna happen, you know, because it is a Monday. There's not a whole lot of news going on right now, but if they do say something and it crashes the SPY, then that could be an indicator that, you know, the whole market's going to continue crashing. It is Monday, so you really want to be cautious on a Monday. As far as AMD trending, it looks like it's trending pretty well. It looks like the SPY is trending pretty well. So if the AMD trend continues and the SPY trend continues, then my hypothesis, my logic behind this is going to be pretty conclusive. I can definitely see, you know, price moving in a certain way. And it continues scans. Yeah, so I just got a question from a couple of my students. You know, they're watching this, and I have another, you know, text chat room. Well, it's not really a real chat room. It's basically a group text, and they asked me a couple questions. And basically, one of the questions that they're asking is like, "Ken, you're streaming this. Where the heck is your webcam?" And I was like, "Well, you know what? I'm streaming this, but I'm streaming it in a way, from a perspective that, you know, I'm starting out with $500. The goal is $10,000. So I want to have full mentality of, hey, you know, I'm doing these trades. I don't have money. I'm starting from ground, you know, point 1, trying to go to point 100. So most people who start out with $500 in trading, they're not going to invest a whole lot of money into saying, I'm going to get the super high camera, I'm going to get this super high res camera, this super, you know, great microphone. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't need to show off. I don't need to buy anything like, you know, super fancy just to teach something like this. Because the main goal behind here is teaching something like this. If these teachings are really successful, I do hit the goal, I do get more students, I do get more subscribers. You know, if that does happen, then obviously people don't want to have me, you know, speaking on a muffled mic. They probably want to see, man, who's this guy who's claiming he's a teacher? You know, he actually completed this goal, this challenge. That's gonna be about the time where I'm gonna be like, all right, YouTube wants more. This initial test project pretty successful, so yeah, I'll probably get a webcam around that time. That way you guys can actually, you know, associate human behind making these trades, and I can kind of connect with the audience a little bit better. But as of right now, it's not necessary. No, I am not a robot. I am not trading like a robot. Yeah, so basically I'm not trading like a robot. I'm not putting a whole lot of emotion in these trades just because you don't want to get tied down to them, but I'm definitely not trading like a robot. Or I'm not a robot trading. Yeah, these are all live. I'm explaining everything as soon as I'm entering them. It looks like NPC is differentiating from the pack. This is that stock pick that I was talking about on Friday. I really do like how it's going. MACD is about to cross over. Its momentum is being averagely traded. The purple line and the yellow line are about to extend. I'm going to be a little cautious on this one just because I already opened one swing trade. I don't want to open 2 swing trades and not know exactly what my positioning is, just because I don't have a whole lot of cash flow right now. If you do look at the cash flow chart, I'm only having about $237 in cash flow. Half my portfolio is pretty much in AMD. Yes, so somebody asked a really, really good question. So how do you differentiate, what stocks you're trying to pick, when the market's pretty much all red? So, gosh, how do I answer that question? Basically, what I do is I use a little bit of my personal knowledge of what I know about the specific ticker. I use where I think the market is going. because the market's basically another catalyst. I scan Google and I scan the news and I see if there's any negative catalysts which could affect that ticker. And basically I just go based on my intuition. I mean, AMD is a good product. I don't actually use any of AMD's products, but I believe that, based on the graph with no emotions attached, that AMD is going to continue trending just because of the psychology of other people. So this is a game of, do you have the mindset of being a millionaire? Are you a person who has a plan and you continue to stick with that plan? And are you somebody who's going to get emotional? So if you remove emotion from the equation, you're basically just left with, are you a person with a plan? Well, yes, I'm a person with a plan. So if you're a person with a plan, are you going to stick with your plan? Well, for the most part, yeah, I think I'm going to stick with the plan. I hope I'm going to stick with the plan. So as you guys see, like every day that I'm streaming this, I'm definitely a new live streamer. I'm taking your guys' questions into consideration. I'm taking your guys' your feedback in consideration. So you guys wanted me to talk a lot more. I'm definitely, trying to talk a lot more. But I did have a client meeting last week, so my voice is going to be a little bit raspy, so I'm going to apologize for that. But I don't want you guys to just be like, oh man, he's not talking, and most streamers talk, so it's kind of hard to follow. It's kind of, somebody used the word boring. But, if you're bored, too bad. You're here to learn. If you're going to school, right, you're in a classroom, and you can't just tell your professor, hey man, I'm bored of your class. Well, too bad. You still need to learn the information. That's what you're there for. You're paying the tuition to learn information. However, with me, I'm giving you the information, right? That's the difference between me and the university. I'm not charging you the money. The only time I'm charging you guys money is, if you want to have a specific one-on-one meeting, specific one-on-one tutoring session where I can explain exactly what I do and identify, what you're doing and how I can help you improve. And that tutoring time costs me, costs my time, personal time. So unfortunately, when that happens, I do have to charge. The reason I charge is because my mentor always told me, and you need to value your time. So if I don't charge you, then one, you probably won't pay attention as much. Two, you're going to be wasting my time, and I don't want you to waste my time. So that's pretty much why. If you want a one-on-one session with me, I will charge you. Oh yeah. So with the last client, I charged him $100 1 hour to explain and really just hone in on what mistakes he's making and teaching him a new mindset. So I believe $100 an hour that's pretty undervalued for me. The guy, he's starting off new. He doesn't have a whole lot of money, so I just did it more of a charity type thing, but I still needed money for the time being. That 1 hour is basically, the knowledge that he obtained from the 1 hour is, he guarantee you he took away more value than the $100 was worth. So with the perspective that he got from me, based on my trading methods and basically everything that you guys seen on the graph and whatnot, that $100 that he invested in his tuition with me, very confident that he's going to make that $100 back in no time. I mean, I can literally pinpoint a day trade any day of the week and say, hey man, I'm going to go, can't go all in on this portfolio, but I could say, hey man, I'll just drop $300, take this day trade, I'll make $100, and yeah man, that you can make that money back. That is a very good question, and you guys can see I'm a little distracted because I'm still scanning. This is gonna be the last question, then I gotta continue scanning. The question was, how come you don't do alerts before you do these trades? Well, if you're watching the live stream, I'm doing the alerts, right? I'm telling you, this is what I'm gonna enter and this is why I'm gonna enter, right? I don't say, hey man, I entered already. This is a stock you wanna buy, and then I'm gonna tell all the people to buy, pump the stock up, and then dump it once you guys buy. No, I'm not doing that. I actually saw a YouTube video, and I asked the YouTuber, can I use their quote? And they haven't gotten back to me, but I'm gonna go ahead and use it. They use this analogy of a sheep herder. So the pump and dump sheep herders. Basically, if you're following a guy who's pumping up the stock, I guess this mainly applies for penny stocks, because you can't really pump an S&P 500 stock unless you have a ton of money. But basically, if you're playing these penny stocks and this guy alerts and you all buy into this penny stock, he's gonna dump at the highest point. You guys are gonna dump, and that's when he's gonna say that you're gonna dump. So basically, you're blind sheep and you're gonna lose. Some people who are good on timing are gonna make a lot of money. People who are bad on timing are gonna lose money. Overall, the pump and dumper is gonna make the most money. And so they use the analogy of blind sheep or being sheep that are herded, and I really like that analogy. So I really need to see if that YouTuber got back to me on that. But I did use their analogy. So yeah, I mean that is the analogy. So I'm gonna mute myself for just a little bit. Just because I really need to continue these scans if I want to pick up some really good options. guys, it looks like this chart is doing pretty good. I may actually pick up a space contract. I'll dedicate a whole lot of my portfolio to this, but it's big. It's kind of high, to be honest. I mean, for a first, it looks like it's about $152 for the contract. But key indicator right here, Fibonacci is really good. News said that space got a government contract, so you can see it popped up, down, up, up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay, so with the government contract, there's a big gap here. We're just a little bit hesitant because not really big gap here, and it's kind of decently growing. But the main thing that what I want to happen is the yellow line touch that purple line. Doesn't look like it's really happening, but it might. If it happens on 15 to 30, that lagging, 1 hour could happen. So I'm willing to enter in, but on the 1 minute chart, this yellow line's going through the purple line going down. I'm gonna see if I can go ahead and snag one of these. And we'll see. I may make a day trade, I may not. I'll probably look for the May, let's say 1950. May 1st. About 150. Reason? Well, amount. Well, yeah, so you see right here, this resistance was 1878. Like they've had 1950 in the past. Yeah, so I'd say it's about touched 20 several times. So I think it can go to 1950. Yeah, basically I'm going to watch to see where this yellow line touches the purple line. Stock price should shoot down just a little bit. Then I should be able to get in for a little bit less than $150, which for me, that'd be freaking awesome. And do this stellar trade at less than 150, save me like a buck or two. Hey, most of you guys are like, man, Ken, why are you like trying to hustle for $1? I guess you're right. But that is my plan. So, logically speaking, you do have to stick with the plan. Right here. It's getting closer. Good drop. I can go ahead and throw the bid at 150. I'm still pretty confident that it's going to go according to plan. This is probably going to be a swing trade, but just got to be careful for that 5 minute. 15 minutes is going to be good. 5 minutes, that'd be the perfect time to enter. And at the 1 hour, oh, there it is. 1 minute chart just crossed. So let's look for this to bounce below 30, okay, pop up above 30, then we'll throw a bid in. Looks like it's 146. I'm gonna have a 147 on my phone, and I'm gonna get ready to press the price action button to buy. That's gonna be dependent on how much the stock is gonna tank. Looking at the AMD, I'm up $15. The line's still, working on crossing that purple line. MACD, really good reversal coming. There's a big gap here. So what I told you about Newton's law. There's a big gap. So right here, big gap above, big gap below. Kind of medium gap. It's not really a whole lot, but this was at like Thursday. Still trending. I mean, that was pretty much a resting phase, so equilibrium, I would say. Big gap, equilibrium, big gap. So logically speaking, there should be another big gap. This is about to happen. Put my phone back up and get another swing. Alright, I'm gonna throw a bid at 147. Basically, what I'm hoping is 147 is the highest bid, but the last sale is at 158. Mark's about 150. I'm hoping somebody's panicking and they're like, man, I don't want to lose my money, so I'm gonna go ahead and just take my loss and sell it. This is a Monday, so typically people don't panic like 1 hour into the market open, but we're gonna see what happens. Crossover is about to hit. Let me change that bid. I'm gonna go ahead and stop being so cheap and just go ahead and buy it. Just because once that crossover happens, you're gonna have a really big exponential rise, and I don't want to miss the timing on this. So originally planned, 150. This is it. Good. About. Ah, shoot, my phone is lagging. No. In that 155. Come on, phone. Price is bouncing a little bit. I'll throw that 150. See if I can grab it again. Yeah, so there's not a whole lot of bidding right now on base. Let's see, it looks like it's dropping a little bit more. 150 bid on it. Go ahead and just grab it. That would be really nice. It's like nobody's wanting to sell it. Oh, there's that crossover right there. Put it there. Come on, just drop a little bit more and give it to me for 150. You see, this is the mentality of it. I'm trying to be cheap for $2, and these guys are trying to be cheap for $2. They don't want to sell it to me for 150. They want to sell it to me for 154. Looks like I picked it up at 150. Oh man, there's a huge sell-off right here. Well, the option did initiate at 150. All right. Boom. I got it at 150, so I'm down $1 on it. That's okay. AMD's doing really stellar, up about $30 on it. So $30 minus 1. Well, I guess it's not $30 minus 2, but you know what I mean. Still up. Still very happy. Made a really, from my point of view, I think I did a really good position on this. 5-minute chart may bounce a little bit, but not too terribly worried. I think AMD is going to save me here. So since I do have some downtime, I only have $87 cash. I'm going to take a little breather, probably get some food real quick, and I'll see if I can pull something with $87 cash. I mean, there's not a whole lot I can do with it. I can probably grab something under 16, or under 16. That might be a really good position, or I can do something really far out the money, and see if something really far out the money is pretty cheap. I'll do the explanation first before I eat, because I don't have a whole lot of cash flow, so it doesn't really matter to me. All right, looking at this 1 hour period, right? Ignore my Fibonacci. This MACD is about to cross right here, right? There's a big gap, so Newton's law, big gap, right? Pretty much big gap, big gap, big gap, big gap. You look before, you see big gap on the top side, big gap on the bottom side, roughly big gap, gap, big gap, add these pretty much big gap. This is a very, very big gap. So you have big gap on the bottom side for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday's iffy, Monday's iffy. So what's most likely going to happen for every equal or opposite reaction, there's going to be a big gap, big gap, big gap. So tomorrow, there should be a really big gap up here. That is just me, simple 101, Newton's law. If there's a big gap here, you're going to see there's a big buying. People are probably just waiting on Monday. They don't. A lot of people are scared to trade on Monday. They're fearful, and Warren Buffett's quote: "Be greedy when others are fearful. Be fearful when other people are greedy." These guys are fearful. I'm being greedy right now, so I'm buying in on the lowest point of relative momentum index, which is basically RSI average. Buying on the lowest strength point, so it's definitely way oversold. MACD, there was a really big strength on the selling, so it popped up pretty good. Then again, you never know. But what I do know is on the 16th, which was right around it was last Thursday. Space, which was Virgin Galactic, they got a U.S. government contract to launch satellites, I believe. That's another reason. The other reason is this yellow line. You can see it's already deviated from the purple line pretty far. So next thing is it's just going to start pinpointing closer. When it pinpoints closer, it's going to shoot the stock up. Really simple concept. You can see on the 30 line or 30-minute interval, the line already went through 30. It already crossed 30, so it's going to start shooting up. The MACD started shooting up a little bit. It's already crossed. 15-minute interval. What I really want to happen is that consolidation. I want this yellow line to touch this purple line. Once it touches, you're going to see an exponential rise because there's a huge gap right here. Thing here, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, there's like a little bit of a reversal. I'm not too worried about the reversal just because if you're looking at the 5-minute interval with the MACD, there's a whole lot of buying. It is quite early in the market, so once again, from the psychology behind other people, they see, oh man, all these people are buying this stock, it must be really good. So using that psychology as a factor, a lot of people are buying, this is going to create a domino effect. So there's a little bit of selling here as these guys are taking profit from 850. Looks like people were taking profits right around 850. They're going to continue buying it up because these guys are going to be like, man, now's the time to enter. Right? That's general psychology 101. 1 minute chart, that's usually just use the timed entries. This to me, it's doing pretty good. I drew that Fibonacci earlier. Fibonacci was basically from the 1 hour chart, just showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago what it was, what it could be. But what you really ought to be looking at for this week is pretty much the Fibonacci for where you are right now. So using that Fibonacci tool, I'm going to click here. I'm going to remove that other Fibonacci. You can see it's consolidating here. You can see like with the consolidation, it's staying between these 2 points, which is really healthy. So if you know anything about a bell curve, about 62% and 38%, that's pretty much the average. So if the average is between here, it's like on a bell curve, it's not oversold, dipping down on the left side of a bell, or it's not overbought dipping on the top side, then you have that 95 percentile 95 percentile confidence level. If you ever studied statistics, and that's basically the mindset that I have here, that it goes up, down, consolidates. So basically trend, right? Trend. This channel. Trend. Right. Gotta go ahead and erase it because I don't want that on there. Trend. There's a pattern. Consolidate. So basically teaching. What do I teach, guys? Trend, pattern, squeeze. Simple. So seeing on that 1 minute chart, it's already trended. There's pattern. So more likely, based on what I know, there's going to be a squeeze. Also, you can tell that with this big gap right here, more likely there is going to be a squeeze. I mean, my point of view, more than likely there is going to be a squeeze. I'm not saying, you guys are, I'm not saying you guys need to buy this now, you guys need to do this now, alright? No, I really don't care. This is just me teaching a life perspective, $500 small account. I'm going to go to $10,000 just because I'm really confident in my trading. I've had a lot of experience trading in the past 6 months. I had really good mentors. I've learned a lot of different skills, a lot of different techniques, and it's like my idol, Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee, basically he studied multiple disciplines of martial arts, and he basically refined the skills that he thought was the best from each of those disciplines, and that's how he was able to develop Jeet Kune Do, which is his form of fighting. So just like me, I took all my best elements from other traders and from my mentors, and basically compiled everything that I think is their best formulas, and I combined it into what I know to develop my 5 elements of success. And so those are the 5 elements that I teach personally. If you guys want to learn other elements, I encourage you guys to find other mentors, find other people who are they're making it in trades, and just learn something from them, because what I'm teaching works specifically for me. If it works for you, that's good, but there's got to be somebody out there that's way better than me. I would hope I'm pretty much on par with most traders. But if there's somebody out there better than me, that's why I'm creating this Options and Traders Network, because I want you to go out and find them. I challenge you, go out and find that better trader than me, and learn something from them, and then bring it back to our community. Bring it back, and basically teach me. I'm teaching you right now what I know, and I want you to pass me as a student. I want you guys to teach me what you know, and help me grow, because I'm trying my best to grow every day, but being only knowing certain things and having so much of my time to keep researching and keep teaching my students, I might not have all the opportunity to find other techniques that I haven't already seen. So if any of you guys do find something, I really want you guys to just share it with other people, and I want together, for us as a community, to grow. I want us to be one of the best platforms out there. I want us to be the real, real live streamers, real traders. I want us to be the real deal. We are the Options and Traders Network, and I really want to show that an ordinary person can go from point A to point B just by training themselves to have that mentality. And I really just appreciate helping you guys. And I really, it makes me just feel so good when you guys show the gratitude that, hey man, I lost like 10 grand last year, but Ken, you showed me these techniques that you learned from your mentors, and it's really helped me out. And I'm trying not to tear up here, but it's really motivating to see that I've actually made a difference in people's lives. Really good seeing that there's a lot of people who are struggling. They couldn't pay their bills, and so by teaching them these simple techniques and things that I've learned, I've been able to help them where now they can pay their bills. Now they're more confident in their financials, and it's really a good feeling, just because I used to be there. There was a time in my life where I was just struggling check by check to get by. I couldn't really afford to pay the rent, and that's when I kept searching, and I found my mentor, and he's really changed my life. And, I really appreciate him doing that for me. So I really want to give back and just do that for other people. So as you can see, stock price is popping up, AMD's popping up, Space is popping up. This looks really good. I'm gonna go ahead and look up the SPY. Yeah, you can hear my voice crackling. This is starting to tear up, man. But yeah, the SPY is looking like it's starting to make that crossover. Right, RSI crossed over, MACD crossed over, yellow line's about to touch purple line. 15 minutes. Really about to cross over. So basically what we're going to see from here on out is, as the SPY continues to go, Space, which is Virgin Galactic, and AMD, because they are part of the S&P 500 companies, when the overall market's starting to move up, they're gonna start to move up. So you can see my count's starting to skyrocket. And that's normal. That's what I'm predicting. And as you can see, it already broke the 58.22 momentum before the 1 hour, so I'll probably hold it. I'll actually be able to hit a 2x on this, just because it might actually clear 60 by the end of the day. And if it does, then I'm going to go ahead and take a day trade. Alright. Yeah, I sent you guys the text message just giving you an update in case some of you guys aren't watching the stream. Yeah, you guys really messed me up trying to make me emotional when I'm telling you guys don't be emotional. So you know what? I'm gonna go get some food, and I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm just gonna eat. Seems like I did my first 1 hour of work, which I normally do. I'm probably just gonna chill for the rest of the day, just because it looks like everything's doing exactly like I wanted. I'll probably just eat, watch a movie, play some games. Definitely got to write my report, and we'll see how things are going. If AMD continues to rise, I may take the day trade. I may not, but time is going to tell. guys, it looks like there's a really good play right here for Wells Fargo Bank. As the S&P is starting to pick back up, I believe a really good position for me to have. Looks like a really good consolidation. So once again, I'm going to wait for this momentum to go down. It is going down right now. If it does hit that 30 line and bounces off of it, then that's going to be when I'm going to look for an entry. It may not be a good time to enter right now, just because that yellow line looks like it's getting closer to that purple line on the 1 minute chart. With these 1 minute intervals, you know, it can be a little tricky. But we're going to look at the amount of sellers and see who's trying to take profits right now. Just because if they're trying to lock in profits, it's not going to be a good time. The main reason that this is going to be something that I really do like is this yellow line has been below this purple line for quite a few days, and usually that just means that there's a panic sell. The stock, pretty much just dropped. So Wells Fargo is definitely not a bad company. It's a pretty good banking company. It used to have a high of about $50. So if you're looking at the value now, it's quite undervalued. But in the short 20-day, 1 hour period, it'll take some time for it to make some major bounces. So I'm just waiting for that 1 minute entry, then I'll enter. So one thing as a oscillating scale that I've seen, and this is going to be something really important, and I want you guys to write this down, is when you see something that is overbought, and then dips down, usually if it goes back to being overbought, it's going to dip down slightly lower. It oscillates above being bought a little bit lower in strength, and if there's a curve down, it's going to drop down even lower than that previous point. If it continues going up, it's going to go for another extended long period of time of being overbought. So when this looks like in this case, it's going to be, it didn't quite go down. So here's that reversal I was talking about, a long period of being overbought. We're going to see how that 1 minute chart plays out, because this could easily just make a crossover, and I want to have the perfect entry. Just to make sure that I'm not going to be missing out on like a couple dollars just because I only have about $87 left of that cash flow. 2-minute interval already hit. 30's about to hit. Or quite didn't hit. 5-minute chart, it's already crossing down, so it's going to be a slight amount of people taking profits. It won't be too terribly large. There's a major sell-off prior. The major buying. So as these people buy, psychologically the next wave of people are going to think, oh man, it's a good time to buy the stock. So psychologically thinking from this mindset, more people are going to buy this stock as we progress into the next 2-3 hours. As you can see, there was going to be a reversal, but it didn't look like there was. This mark is about 34. See, this is going to crash probably a little bit lower. Once it crashes, I want to say the previous crash was probably pretty low of 0.8 on the string. We'll just see. The main thing that I want to look for is for the strength to crash below 30, and right before it enters 30, that's going to be when I buy. And looking at the price of Wells Fargo right now, you see right around 73 for an option contract. Now this could drop a little bit lower to like, 60, 67, 68. It'd be really nice if it dropped to 67 or 68. It'll still leave me with, if it went to 67, I'll still leave me with about $20 of cash flow. With $20 of cash flow, I can probably pick up a small cap option, or I can pick up a couple of far out the money mid cap options, like $5 to $10. I pick up a small cap one for about $5. I mean, depending if you're right on those, man, you can exponentially scale. Like you can buy something for $5, and let's say you get like a $40 return, so that's going to be 8x. I mean, if you guys checked out the website, I've done this on Under Armour. I actually got 10x when I bought Under Armour. I bought a contract for Under Armour for about $10. I bought 5 of them, which was $50. Ended up actually getting paid $500 for those 5 contracts. Right here, you see it? 1 minute chart. It's kind of hard to see. I can't zoom in. It won't let me zoom in anymore, but this yellow line crosses purple line, went down. When this yellow line goes back up to that purple line going up, that's going to be the entry point. The sell off momentum strength looks like it started to drop. We'll see. We shall see. Yeah, and basically if you see this have a sharp hook, then it'll start spiking back up. Alright, there it is. That is what I was looking for. The momentum has dropped below the 30 line. That is very, very important, because now when it goes back to that 30 line, it's going to be a solid entry point. It's going to be like, and the stock's oversold. It's going to be a point where you're just, that is where you want to buy. That is where you're going to make the money. So it looks like I opened 2 positions so far. I opened one in Virgin Galactic, one in AMD. Both have been pretty good positions. I'm probably going to open a 3rd position in Wells Fargo. Looks like everything, from my point of view, they're all going to be swing trades. So they're going to be, I'm going to buy them, I'm going to hold them, I'm going to probably sell them in the next 1 to 3 days. Depending on how cash flow looks. But it looks like AMD, it's rushing pretty hard. I might sell it tomorrow just for cash flow. I don't really care if it continues running. The main thing with AMD is it is a large percentage of my portfolio. I got it at $245. That's about $40 higher, so I made about $40 on AMD. If it continues running, there's obviously going to be a point where the stock price, we're going to want to take profits, and AMD is going to want to just, have a resting phase. So that, right now it looks like it's resting. I can probably zoom in on the 15-minute graph. Yeah, it looks like it's resting, so it went up. There's a sell-off, people are taking profits. Rest a little bit. Redraw this Fibonacci. That's not perfect, but basically the line has to touch all of them. So pretty much zooming in even closer, you can see the stocks, it's starting to rest around that line. So the amount of buyers is becoming in equilibrium with the amount of sellers. After a while, the stock price, depending on the direction, it should pop up. It shouldn't pop down, just because the yellow line has crossed the purple line. Now, if there is something really bad happening with the total market, like super bad news, it is possible that it could shoot down, but that's why I haven't burned any day trades. I really want to just be very cautious about things like this. Wells Fargo is get overbought. Not overbought, it's starting to get oversold. So go ahead and turn to the SPY on this one. I'm just going to see what it's looking like. Yeah, so AMD is a SPY company. SPY is S&P 500. Yellow line, MACD, they're all about to cross. So once that happens, AMD is going to have really, really high exponential as institutions and banks and other people are starting to flow into the market and pick up these S&P 500 stocks. So buying the SPY is buying an ETF, which is basically like a collage of S&P 500 stocks. So if you buy the SPY will indirectly buy like Grubhub, it'll buy AMD, buy MXIM, buy IBI, buy Corning. It'll just buy a little bit of a bunch of stocks. That's why the S&P is so diversified. But the main point you really need to know is if the SPY is going up, then generally any company that's considered an S&P 500 company will go up. So if it's already going up on its own, once the SPY rallies, it's going to exponentially go up. Well, I'm not too worried about AMD. You can see there's a sell-off here on the SPY. Sell-off on the SPY. So looking at AMD, you're zooming in right here. There's also going to be a slight sell-off, and that's just because people are selling SPY. They're taking profits on it. AMD overall is up. I believe it'll probably continue going up at least next day or so, just because that yellow line has crossed that purple line. Alright, looking at Wells Fargo, I am timing my entry because with options, entry is really, really critical. If you get your entry wrong, you basically reduce the amount of profits that you could be getting when purchasing an options contract. And for me, with a small account, I want to maximize the amount of gains I can get, because the more I get, the faster I can scale. The faster I can scale, the faster I can grow. I can complete this challenge, and once I complete this challenge, I can move on to making actual real money rather than YouTube challenge money. Because I'm still probably going to take the next challenge, but with the difference between $500 to $10,000, I'm pretty much going to do the same thing. However, doing it with $10,000, let's say I opened a position instead of one contract of AMD for 245. Let's say I opened a position with 10 contracts. That's 2,000. Right? So if I made $40 times 10, that's automatically in that first 30 minutes of my mentality trading. That's automatically in the first 30 minutes. I already automatically made $450. So as you can see, it can exponentially scale. So it would have been, whatever money I made here, $10,000 without using my whole position, the whole portfolio. You're gonna multiply that $107 by 10. So in the 30 minutes, I would have already made $1,000. It's the same concept, the same game. I mean, same thing. My mentor would have, if I told him about these trades and he saw what I was doing, he probably would have entered these trades. He probably would have, put a $10,000 position on AMD. If you put a $10,000 position, oh, there it is. I need to get in it. Fargo real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm going to buy Wells Fargo right now, the $30 call for 5.1. I was talking and it spiked really, really fast. Then go ahead and grab it. Alright, I went ahead and I just purchased it at market value. I might have purchased it a little bit early, but I mean, to me, it's only like $1 or so difference. 5-minute period, it's dropping a little bit. The main thing that I'm really concerned about is 15-minute it crossed over the 30 minutes. It literally just touched, which means with the hour chart, once that touches, you're gonna have an exponential rise. It is also an S&P 500 company, so I'm confident that as the S&P 500 grows, all these will grow collectively. As you can see, I entered a little bit early. not too worried about it. Yes, that is a good question. How do you know? The question that was asked was, how do you know with your timing? You know when the yellow line is crossing the purple line. How do you know if when you buy it's going to go down or when you buy it's going to go up? Well, the answer is you don't know. So you can have a general idea of what's going to happen, but as far as what actually happens, it's all hypothetical in the scenario. You don't know if as soon as you buy it, some guy can just say, hey man, I'm just going to sell like a ton of shares. That guy sold right here, he could have saw that there's this jump. Right? As a day trader, he would have saw like, oh man, there's a 13-cent jump. Might as well take my 13 cents and sell like 100 shares equal to $13. Right? So he's going to sell his 100 shares for $13. But you take that into consideration for day traders who have like, they're gonna dump 10,000 shares, right? So he's gonna dump 10,000 shares to make $130 in that one minute. He could have made $130 in that 1 minute. So think about that. Day traders do this, $130 1 minute. I'm not saying they can make 60 day trades in a minute. I mean in an hour, but I'll say if you can make an average day trader can probably make like 10 to 20 trades in an hour. So if you're making $100 times say 10 or 20, you're making about 1 to 2 grand in day trading per hour. I mean, there's so many opportunities to do that in day trading, and that's why day trading for me that's going to be the end game goal. Like it's just so easy to day trade once you know what I'm teaching you. Once you understand what I'm teaching you, that's going to be the next level, is getting to be able to day trade, because every cent that a stock price moves up, it could be any stock, you're just going to capitalize on a huge amount of gains and a huge amount of squeeze positions, and you can just scale so freaking fast. I mean, that's why you see all over YouTube, everyone's like, man, this is how you day trade this is how you day trade that, this is why I day trade, this is why he day trades. Day trading ultimately is the best form of trading from my point of view, because at the beginning of the day you walk in with cash, by the end of the day you walk out with cash. So where do you lose? If you know exactly what you're doing, unless some really catastrophic event happens on the news, you're always going to win as a day trader, because in the morning you have cash, in the evening you have cash, and if you're skillful enough, your cash at the evening should be higher than the cash at the beginning. You don't take any risk because you don't have to hold anything. Because when you hold something, you're taking the chance of, hey man, the stock might crash because I don't know what's going to happen in the next minute or two. I don't know if the CEO may get hit by a car. If the CEO gets hit by a car, that's going to cause that stock to crash. Or if someone comes out and dies because of coronavirus, is going to happen. Or if what happened was, if you weren't day trading on 9/11, and let's say 9/11 happened and somebody is probably doing a swing trade, the very next day the market crashed. Same thing with coronavirus. I mean, catastrophic events can just randomly happen, and by day trading you're mitigating that risk because you're not actually holding the position more than the end of the day. And if you see that something happens on the news within that 1 second or 2 seconds, you can go ahead and close your positions for either break even or slight profit before anybody else can. That's going to be guaranteeing that you're making money and you're profitable as a day trader. And as a day trader, the same scenarios apply for options. I mean, it doesn't really matter where the market's going, up, down, left, right, sideways. It can go backwards. It can't go backwards, but the main point is people are always going to trade stock market. People always use it as an opportunity for money. They always use it for an opportunity for investing. There's so many psychological reasons why people would trade the stock market, but the main reason that I believe people are going to trade the stock market is, if you think about it from the simple man's point of view, the stock market is our economy. The stock market is basically all the companies that we use on a daily basis or all the companies that are trying to be real companies on a daily basis. But if people are using them on a daily basis, those companies have value for those people. These companies are worth something to somebody else. Right? I don't use Wells Fargo Bank, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who use Wells Fargo. So if Wells Fargo has a lot of value, then if it has a lot of users, then it generates a lot of value. So thinking that, or keeping that in mind, if it has a lot of value, then obviously people are going to pay money for it. And that's just like investing in general. Anytime I look for an investment, like one of the greatest investments that my mentors ever talked to me about was when he invested in Robinhood. He was actually one of the earliest investors in Robinhood. I think he also got into Snapchat investing. As you can see, I opened that position at 76.30 back to 76, so I wasn't worried about that $4 loss. But back to my point, he was one of the earliest investors in Snapchat and Robinhood, and basically he told me what I just told you guys. It doesn't matter, what the dollar amount is. The dollar amount is never the issue for anything. I mean, if you think about it, it's all about the fundamentals. It's all about that percent growth. And so for me, my account, the small account, I don't really look at the dollar amount so much. I look at more the percentage gain, because if I can grow 22% on a $500 account, take that into consideration. You say you're going to grow 22% on a $10,000 account. 22% on a $10,000 account is $2,000. So the amount of knowledge and mindset and work that I did for 22%, it's scalable. Right? You take that to another job and you're like, all right, I made $100. You can't just scale that and say, hey man, I'm going to do the same thing at this job and make $2,000. It doesn't work like that. That's why I really like, trading on the market, is because it's scalable. Scalable where you can make more money with less work. So that's one of the reports that I wrote, productivity. So if you remember the millionaire mindset of productivity, is getting more results with less time. So specifically right here, I'm doing more results with less time. But what I was talking about earlier for the longer percentage, or the greater amount of percentage growth, is when he invested in Robinhood, when he invested in Snapchat, he looked at it from the point of view is, these companies weren't making money. There was no means of generating money in general, right? He was looking at them as what percentage growth these companies produce as far as audience members. That is the key. That is one of the most important things he's ever told me. If you find a company that you're going to invest in, if it has a large amount of audience members, and that large amount of audience members continues to grow, that company will always find a way to monetize once they have the audience. When they do, you will make a very large return. So as you can see, a lot of the Snapchat investors who invest in Snapchat, they've made a huge return as angel investors when Snapchat hit the IPO. As of right now, the stock market's bad, so Snapchat's pretty much, to me, by definition, it's a penny stock right now. It is profitable, but it's penny stock value for me right now. So I wouldn't be trading Snapchat, at least for me. Unless you're day trading it, you can day trade Snapchat. But for me personally, with a small account like this, I wouldn't do it just because Snapchat could, being under $15. Under $15 to me is a penny stock. It doesn't matter if it's like 20 cents, 5 cents, 0.2963 cents. It's under $15, it's a penny stock. I typically don't play options on penny stocks just because the volatility on them is just so outrageous. Like if you're really good at timing and you're really good at getting, your day trades in, yeah, go for it. You could make a ton of money, doing options on penny stocks. But for me, I don't want to sit here and watch the screen all day. So basically, I'm not going to play penny stocks. So I'm playing mid caps. Pretty much anything, I want to say like 5 to, big
take this with a grain of salt. Everyone has their own definition of mid-caps, and definitions of mid-caps vary based on who's defining it and what website it is. But for me, mid-caps in my head, they actually overlap a little bit with the large caps that some people talk about. For mid-caps, I would say I play anything on the S&P 500 between, I would say like $1 billion market cap to about, the highest one I usually play is like $15 billion. So about I would say 1 billion to 15 billion. The main reason for this is if you're going to play something that's like a mega cap or a super high cap, I mean, one, value of your contracts is going to be stupid expensive. Like you go and try to buy an Amazon contract. I mean, good luck unless you have like 10, 20 grand willing to play. Don't buy those contracts. That would be really stupid if you had a small account and you went out and bought those. That's one reason. The other reason is with the mid caps that I have defined, they don't move. I mean, they move pretty rapidly, right? You can see they're moving pretty rapidly, but they don't move like they don't move like. I guess the word is they are volatile, but they aren't as volatile as the mega caps. That's gonna be that's gonna be really confusing for most people, because you're gonna look at a mega cap like Microsoft and you just see it keeps going up and up and up and up and up. But let me go ahead and show you this graph of Microsoft. Not that 1 minute. I mean, look at that. Microsoft's just like all over the place. And in general direction, Microsoft always goes up, right? But just looking at Microsoft, being a mega cap, there's way too many traders day trading this. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, like that. This is on the 1 minute chart. I mean, looking at the 5 minute charts, insane. I mean, averaging it out, 30-minute chart. Fluctuations for me are insane. So that's not something I would want to get into unless I'm like day trading it. I mean, you can obviously see some swings, and there will be good opportunities where I may take a swing trade on Microsoft. But for me, it's all over the place. This has way more risk, and I want to minimize risk. And something like Wells Fargo, where you can see it's not like zigzag all over the place. You'll see like a couple of zigzags, right? Yeah, a couple of them, but they're mainly it's like up, down, up, down, up, down. Like it's more. It's not really slower. It's more smooth and defined from my point of view. Like on this 5 minute chart, you can see it's up, down, up, down, up, down, right? It's more relaxed just to trade my definition of mid caps. Now looking at Microsoft again on that 5 minute chart, like how the heck do you trade something that's every minute it's just like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down? It's really hard, and for most people it makes a lot of people emotionally attached, because you can be watching your account, right? Go back to this so I don't mess up my actual chart. You can be watching your account, right? And so with my account, it's bouncing like $1, $2, $3, $5, $10, right? But if you buy contracts on Microsoft, because the stock price is bouncing up and down, you're gonna see your graph, and all you're gonna see is a bunch of zig, 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 and it's like, dang, like when do you know when to get out? And I like to be more relaxed and calm when I'm trading. If you see those zigzags, guarantee you don't know what you're doing as a trader. That's gonna freak you out. That's gonna make you scared. That's gonna make you panic, and you're gonna sell, and the stock's gonna go up. Or you're gonna panic, and the stock's gonna go down. You're like panicking and panicking and panicking, and pretty soon, all of a sudden, some guy just dumps everything. If some guy just dumps everything, you're gonna lose all your money like instantly. I mean, not instantly, but you'll lose. I want to say you can probably lose like $50 trying to trade Microsoft in like 5 minutes. That's just buying one contract. You don't have to buy like obviously if the market's really good, then it'll still be really zigzaggy, but you'll have a more general idea, or you'll have a more general idea of the trend of where that stock is going. But yeah, we're trading. I'm trading right now during the COVID-19 crisis. So these waters are a little splashy. It's like trying to like row a boat when you're rowing against waves. You don't want to row in the ocean where there's a lot of waves. You want to row closer to shore where most of the waves have been, already broken down. It's easier to just paddle your boat. Right now I'm essentially using a rowboat, $500 portfolio. Once it bumps up to that $10,000 portfolio, it'll basically I'll go from a rowboat to like I don't know, maybe like a jet ski. And it's like jet ski goes to I don't know, a little like mariner, and after mariner it'll go to like I don't know, steamboat. After steamboat it'll go to like steamboat probably go to like a speedboat. After speedboat, let's say speedboat, you'd be like looking at the $1 million mark. When you're trading with $1 million, then I guess the next step would be like you're trading like you're treading through water on a yacht. You're able to trade through like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 grand positions. Anyways, while I'm talking, I'm gonna go ahead and just sit back. I'm gonna start a movie, and I'll just be here. If you guys have any questions, just ask. I'm gonna pull up the YouTube live chat. So if you guys post something in there, whoever's watching the stream, I will do my best to answer. Once again, I am a one-man team, so I'm not. I might not answer very, very quickly, but I will do my best to give you the best answer I can give you. Alright, so one of my students just pointed out I did make a mistake. And I'm here to tell you guys what mistake I made. So remember I was looking at the 1 minute chart and I was going to enter as the yellow line crosses the purple line, which was right around, or actually when the RSI was crossing, right? It was going up. It didn't actually go up there. It went down a little bit sideways and then now it's going up. Another key indicator which was pointed out to me was I bought in early as it was going up because I thought it was going to go up. However, I should have checked the 5 minute chart because the 5 minute chart was still trending down. It was oversold right here. It was starting to go down. So if I would have saw that, I would have saw, oh, I should probably wait a little bit before I actually enter in on that 1 minute chart, which could have been another indicator that this going up right here wasn't actually the going up, like final initiation to go up. It was, a side, it was going to go sideways before it actually finally goes up. So yes, I do admit that I had the wrong timing there. I apologize for doing that. After I told you guys, pay attention to each of the 1 hour, 30, 15, 5 minute, and 1 minute chart. So, I am human. So thank you for pointing that out to me. But yeah, I'm still confident of the position. Now that is confident. It's not like I'm emotionally attached. If Wells Fargo isn't doing what I'm thinking it's going to do, then I will definitely exit it out. But as far as the 30-minute chart goes, the yellow line is pretty close to that purple line. It's not quite touched. 15 minutes already crossed over, but as you can see, there's a big gap. There's a slight gap. It should consolidate a little bit. But in the long scheme of things, as long as this yellow line is getting closer to this purple line, then the stock price should go up. Another thing that I am using is looking at these bars right here. You can see there's expanding volume. So volume this day, there's actually more on the next day. This day is a little bit weird because it's a Friday. But Monday, at the start of the day, the volume was really, really high. Right? So the volume really high for all these people who bought up here at 28 to 28.68. These guys, they're not going to sell the stock. It would be stupid if they were to sell the stock lower than the price they bought it. And so since the volume of buys was really high here, the volumes of sells here is really, really low, I'm still confident that people usually don't buy something to sell it cheaper. There'd have to be a really big panic sell. So from my point of view, yellow line generally in the 1 hour is still below the purple line. As soon as it crosses, which should be the next 2 hours or so, you see an exponential gap that is filled. A gap will be filled and there will be an exponential growth. You can stock price up to right around here, which is 29.21. If it does shoot to there, then it could shoot to the next resistance point, which would be right around here, $30, and that's where I have that call. The reason why I chose that $30 call is if you look here, it's about $30. You look here, it's about $30. You look here, it's about $30. For the most part, the stock is pretty comfortable being at that $30 line. Hence, I got that $30 call. AMD is mainly speculative. I just got in at really good timing, speculating it will go to 60. I think that will pretty much be the all-time high. I don't think I've ever seen AMD this high before. Yeah, well, technically here, but it's tested that position before coronavirus. People got scared. There's panic selling, huge V shape. So I'm pretty confident. AMD. Like if you look at the competitor of AMD, you're gonna look at Intel. So Intel's INTC. You can see that the graph on AMD and the graph on Intel is pretty much the same. Oh. It actually looks like Intel and AMD, they're trading at roughly the same price. So it's like AMD is pretty much super competitive for Intel now. I'm really happy for them. never really was a fan of AMD, but now I will definitely. I'm looking to build another computer or another setup specifically for trading to, keep my trading separate from my gaming computer and my video editing and my Photoshop computer. Actually, I just need a business computer in general. I might actually look at buying an AMD setup or building an AMD setup. Yeah, wow, I'm really happy for that. So good job, AMD. Wells Fargo, there it is. See how that's getting closer? Crossover on 30, should start to rise a little bit. Once again, I did buy early. You are right. I did buy early. So thank you for pointing that out so I can tell people on the stream. I can also look back at this, in the next 2 months and be like, dang, that was the first mistake I made. Well, not first mistake. That was the first timed entry mistake I made in the past 2 weeks. This is day 6, so usually my timing is pretty good. I am still human, so it's not like 100%. But I would say I got my timings down. I was really grateful. I learned timings from my mentors, so 90% my timings are pretty much spot on. That one, I think I just got distracted. Just kept talking, rambling, whatnot. And that's why my timing was off. Look at SPY. SPY's about to cross. That's MACD's crossing. Cross, already crossed. It's dipping down a little bit, which is normal. 1 minute starting to cross. Yep. I think I'm in a good position. I'm gonna go ahead and continue watching my movie in the living room, and hopefully I come back and shoot, if we can close the day at 6:50, I'm going to be pretty happy. Because that way, tomorrow I can lock in things. Hopefully I can lock in, I don't know, if I can close tomorrow at like 6:50, I'd be pretty happy. Or, what would make me happier is to close at 700. Because if I close at 700 tomorrow, and I still got 3 days left of trading, I could probably pop 2 day trades. I'd be on track to hitting the $1,000 goal this week. It'd be, if I just find another momentum pick, just like Virgin Galactic, I bought this for 150. It's at 243 right now. All I have to do is just do a couple scans, find a momentum stock, 50% of the portfolio in, day trade it. Like, let's say I have $700, right? Go in, 50% of the portfolio is $300. Throw that in, day trade it, make 50% of that, another $100, and I have about, let's say, $850 or so. Go on the next day, I'll probably do another day trade, throw in like 600, pull out another 300. So, plus or minus with the swing trades, it's very easily doable to close this week at $1,000. So, that's the goal, that's the plan. That all depends on my mindset. That all depends on if the market's just going to crash. That all depends on if I follow the plan, really, to be honest. I told you guys earlier, try and focus on 1 or 2 swing trades and 2 day trades, because those day trades are really going to boost this small account. So I know a lot of you guys that are watching and learning and studying, you guys are just learning. So a lot of you guys, I do highly encourage you guys, just watch what I'm doing, feel comfortable with doing it, or finding something that you like. Go ahead and just do the day trade. Lock in your profits, guarantee you have that money, don't risk it. And once you burn your 3 day trades, just watch, just see what I can do, see what I do, because you're going to continue learning, and next week you're going to have way more money than you started off with if you locked in those 3 day trades, because that's guaranteeing you have cash on hand. And the more cash you have on hand and the more you learn, it makes it just that much easier to make money. And I mean, so I mean, this is the ultimate game that trading is the ultimate game to master the mindset of a millionaire. I'm going to teach you guys that over and over and over again because my mentor taught me that. So if you can master trading with a small account has more risk than trading with a large account, because one, you're still learning, and two, the amount of the portfolio you're using a very large percentage of it. So if you blow up your portfolio now, one, it's better because you have a small amount of money, and two, you're learning how to take larger risks with a small account. What I mean by that is a $500 account. Anytime I open anytime I open a $250 position, right, that's 50% of my account. Right? I've never seen a pro trader just be like, yeah, 50% of my account, I'm gonna swing trade it. Right? Because 50% of an account for like my mentor, let's say if he's trading with $1 million account, he's not just gonna throw $500,000 on like 1 or 2 bets on like, and then try to swing that, because if he is wrong, you can significantly lose a lot of money. Right? However, he'll still throw 100 grand. Okay? 100 grand would be nothing, because 100 grand is only 10% of $1 million. Right? So right now with a small account, I don't have that luxury. I'm trading with 20, 30, 40, 50%, maybe 60% of the portfolio, which is way riskier than when you get there. You're only trading with 5%, 10% of your portfolio. So don't look at it as a numbers type thing. You want to look at it as a percentage. So what percentage of your portfolio are you using to trade? If you're using a small percentage, then you mitigate your risk, you lower your risk factor, and you can sleep better at night, because the amount of money you're losing is only a small percentage. Right? Most of us, he considers don't take this wrong, he considers this the poor mentality. If you look at everything in dollar value, it's going to stunt you from growth. Right? He taught me that several times. It's just the same thing exactly like I just told you guys. Dollar value. $300 on a $500 portfolio is a really high percentage. It's not that much money. I mean, for some people it kind of is, but it's not that much money. But I don't want to just go all out on it. For him, 100 grand, not that much money. Okay, so he can go all out on it, because 100 grand is a small percentage. So look at the percentages that you're using to trade with your portfolio. Unless you know what you're doing, like I do. You don't want to enter positions where you're using more than 50% on one position. Or unless you have you're following me directly and you see exactly what I'm doing and it makes sense to you, and then that's up to you. I'm not going to say, hey, risk 50% of your portfolio, or like, hey man, you only have $300, just go all in on 2 space contracts for $150. No, I'm not telling you that. I mean, if you did, yeah, you would have been really lucky. You're getting 2 of them for $150 or $300, and they're pretty much up. They're pretty much up $91. So you would have been up $180 on a $300 account. You would be at like $480 right now. I would have been really lucky. But the main thing is defining your risk, understanding your plan, sticking to your plan, and doing what you set out to do. Every day is a new day. Market could be market could be really crappy one day. It could be really, really good the next day. As you can see, I'm failing on that Wells Fargo trade. Got in at $76. I'm down $13. If I waited a little bit, I would be up $13 here. Be $623, but I don't really care. I know the general direction is going to go up. The other thing is, you're looking at my yield today. It's already pretty high. So I'm going to continue having that positive mindset, have that positive mentality, and just stick to your plan and be grateful that you're making money, because there's a lot of people who are doing this and they don't have a mentor, and you know, they're loading their accounts with like 1,000 grand, I mean, not 1,000 grand, 1 grand, 2 grand, 3 grand, 4 grand, 5 grand, and they're just blowing up their account just because they're not really, you know, they're not really trading. They're getting emotionally tied, and they're just loving stocks, and they're just loving things, and they're you know, basically flat out gambling. So I'm not teaching guys directly how to just gamble. That's not what I'm doing. I'm teaching you guys what I know based on mathematical sequences and trends and patterns and things that I've acquired from experience and things I've learned from my mentor, how to become a trader. There's a big difference, and there's a really fine line between trading and gambling. So you guys are going to learn that. The more you watch, the more you learn. So just keep asking questions. I'm going to keep trying to answer them. But yeah, I'm going to mute my mic. I'm just going to watch a movie. I'll probably be back in like an hour or two.
Alright guys, I'm back for the end of the day review. Looks like the account went from a high, I forgot what it was, it was like 618 or something, to a low of 480. That's probably like, man, what the heck happened? You're winning, why didn't you lock in your trades? Well, from my point of view, basically, I told you guys I wanted to do a couple of swing trades, a couple of day trades. I know the day trades are going to make me money in the short term, but if I did lock in all the trades today, or if I did at least lock in 2 of the trades today, then I would have already burned 2 of my day trades. So essentially, that's not something I want to do. I want to be able to play every single day of this market so that you guys can learn something. The money is not the issue, right? That's not the money. The issue is learning the mentality, learning the mindset of becoming a multimillionaire. The other thing is, most people don't have all day to sit here and just continuously watch the market. So basically, I'm playing also from the standpoint of a normal, ordinary trader. I'm showing you guys exactly when to enter, and not, hey, I'm going to watch the market all day and I'm going to time exactly when I'm going to sell. Hey, I'm going to watch the market. I'm going to speculate. Occasionally I'll see if it's going my way or not, but I'm essentially going to make this position, and I'm going to try and swing it so that I can do it. I can make the sale in the next day or so. And that's just going to be more relaxed for most people. So a lot of people who have been watching right now would have been freaking out, panicking. But let's go ahead and let's break down and look at what's happening with the stock, or what's happening with the portfolio. It looks like, just looking right here, AMD, it is consolidating between the Fibonacci lines. That's really good. It hasn't really broken this resistance line, which was essentially the start of the day. Since it hasn't broken that, going on the way down, as the market closes today, I believe AMD will have another chance to rally tomorrow. Like I said, the people usually buy in one day, and the next day they're like, oh man guys, it's going up, and then it usually does go up. Remove that Fibonacci line. Looks pretty stable to me. I mean, that's normal. Following that channel, if I in these channels, it's still within the channel, and that's what the channel already predicted. So if it just does what it's normally doing, tomorrow it'll bounce off a bit closer to 50, 59ish, and it could go to 60. You never know. But the main thing is, it did not, I'm going to repeat, it did not close the day closer to 58.60, which is what I was predicting. So that's a really good sign that the stock price is going to oscillate. And so by knowing that, I'm more comfortable holding the stock, or holding the contract into the next day, so I don't burn a day trade. If it would have popped up right here to like 59 today, obviously I'm going to take the day trade, because the next day it's obviously going to crash, because it has to still bounce between the channel. It still has to have a general sell-off in order for people to lock in profits, in order for the continuous trend. There always has to be a sell-off. Someone always has to take profit. That's AMD. The other position we got in was space. This one's actually doing much better than I thought it would be doing. We got in right about here, about $1.50. Bounced up. $150 per contract, bounced up, went down. Our movements should show it going down a little bit, but for the most part I believe it still can bounce up. It can go to the around here, 1950. So you can see I purchased that 1950 call. It's tested the 1950 point several times. Draw that. If I draw that line of resistance. Not a perfect line, but you can see it's tested at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's tested the 1950 point 14 times. Went above it 1, 2, 3. It's went above it a lot more by about 3 times. So went below it about 1, 2, 3, 4. About 4 times. So the next time it does try to test it on that resistance line, more than likely it should, hit it and pop and extend it going higher. And that's just because if you're looking at the stock in general, move that, you can see that in general follows my pattern and my here, I'll draw it for you. General trend of the market. Pattern. Where we're getting at? I use this element set over and over with my toolkit. Basically, the stock is trending up. Pattern consolidates until a small fine point. Usually bounces and bounces and gets closer and closer and closer and consolidates. So the next day, from my point of view, I'm never 100% right, but the next day, from my point of view, is price should have a squeeze. You can see there's a massive sell-off here. Massive sell-off, but the stock price didn't drop too much. There's a small amount of buying today. Probably because it's Monday. A lot of people are pretty scared on Monday. Not a whole lot of selling. The price didn't fluctuate very much. But the stock price did consolidate. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow. I'm really, really happy that I'm able to pick this one up as a stock that I believe will have a squeeze. Trend, pattern. Tomorrow we'll see that it squeezes. If it squeezes, the stock price could shoot up to around 20, maybe even 21. If it breaks 2076, send the stock shooting even higher. I don't know if the stock's overpriced or not. I mean, the highest was about 41, but the stock was pretty much nothing really happened for a while. See. I know a lot of people are saying, hey man, this is a meme stock. This is a stock I see all the time on Wall Street Bets and Twitter and Twits and whatnot, but I don't care if it's a meme stock or not. If there's people buying it, it's following a pattern. It means that, for the most part, it follows the pattern. That's what I trade by. Does it follow the pattern? If it follows the pattern, follows the elements, all the tools line up, could be a runner for me. The next one, and I did a really bad pick on this one. This is Wells Fargo. I thought I did better on it. There's no bad news. I'm gonna read to you what I see on the news. It says the first report was about 2 hours ago. It's about why the U.S. bank dividends are likely to remain safe. This article pretty much says investors have worried about the health of the U.S. bank dividends as banks have boosted their reserves in expectations of increased loan loss reserves. Okay, so, this is a really big article. The main key takeaway is people are scared of banks in general because the bank dividends could be affected by the amount of boosted reserves that they've gotten based on increased loans. If you think about it from a normal person's perspective, it doesn't matter what the Fed does to the banks. Banks are always going to exist. they're just so big. They just have so much money. And even if there's something that dominates the market, like let's say if cryptocurrency actually became the next solution, banks have enough money that they're gonna buy into that solution. Banks would then be carrying cryptocurrency. They wouldn't just be like fiat and say, hey, you know what, our fiat's not working, we're not gonna do that. We're not just stand on the sidelines and just take the beating. Banks will adapt. So that's why I'm pretty comfortable with Wells Fargo. As far as the news sake, sorry, I was drinking water. So technically, from the technical analysis point, you can see how it trended. There's a pattern, there's a squeeze. Here there's a bad negative trend. I'm going to draw that channel. Here, right about this day, Tuesday, would have been a good sign for people to buy puts if you're playing shorts on the side. But as you can see, there's a trend, there's a pattern, consolidation, right? For the most part, the general trend is the stock price. It used to be pretty close to 26, right? Well, I would say like, you can see there's this supply line right here, right? And here. And there was a resistance line right here. This resistance line is now this supply line. So as long as this stock isn't breaking below 26.89, I'm going to believe in the bank. I'm going to believe in the tray. I'm going to believe in the trade. And this yellow line never really crosses purple line. Typically that doesn't happen. You typically don't have the yellow line bring underneath the purple line for a very, very, very long time. It looks like it's almost crossed over it several times today. It just never did. So once again, Newton's law. Big gap up here, right? That's an insane amount of gap. And there's a big gap down here. As this big gap gets filled, people are buying up the stock. Then once this pops, I can give you my estimate. So I bought the $30 call because of all those. I'll recap that. All those support lines from before. So basically, I really still believe that as soon as this pops, right, the yellow line crosses the purple line, it's gonna shoot up past this pink line. I still believe that the stock price is going to shoot up to 30, just because of what I've learned as a trader and what I know from first-hand knowledge of why people use banks, and just knowing most of this drop in Wells Fargo was just panic selling. If you would have looked at it, Wells Fargo had earnings. A lot of it was people bought up into earnings. Somebody sold a large amount, popped someone's stop loss, stock dropped. Next day someone freaked out, or a bunch of people freaked out and said, what the heck, I bought in right here, why is it dropping? I don't want to lose money, so they sell for break even. There's another panic sell, right? And it hits that support line. It is going, then bad EPS. So bad earnings, terrible earnings. I mean, that was expected with coronavirus. So what happened again was there's bad news, created this little fish hook right here, it went down, looked over, people said, oh man, it hit a double bottom, whatever people like to say, no bottom with this one. So touch this bottom point, it's a double bottom, right? Basically a W. So if you look at my cursor, I'm going to draw W. So bottom part, up part, bottom part. Anytime you see a W in a graph, usually the next part of the W is it goes up. So that's the last part of the W. Go up, down, consolidate. So basically just looking at the stock price, technically from the technical analysis standpoint, it is consolidating. The yellow line will eventually cross the purple line. Now the only thing is my timing right? So I bought the stock ticker call for $76. So obviously I was wrong. I am down $38. Is that what it is? $28. Right, 20 is gonna be 68 plus 8, so 76. So I bought it. You know, I'm down $28 on it, but I'm not worried. I believe it's still gonna go up. That $28 is made up by Space. Space is a really good call. AMD is a pretty good call too. What I'm really happy for is I'm closing the day above $500, above $492, above $500. So I am once again in the green as compared to last week, and also I'm able to hold these trades into the next couple days, and I don't have to worry about burning a day trade. So that's what I really like. If I can be profitable without using a day trade, you already know how confident I am in with making day trades. And obviously, if I made a day trade here, it's like $120 boost I could have just made. Now, if I was like, man, guys, I'm gonna do a day trade today, I would have done a lot more research and diligence on which stock I thought was gonna pop, and I probably would have taken two. Instead of taking one AMD and one Space and one Wells Fargo, if I was gonna day trade, I would have probably went all in on Space. Went all in on Space and I sold on day trade. I'd probably end up at 700 right now because of the explosive action on Space. And the reason why I was able to know the explosive action was I saw the graph ahead of time. I saw volume just because on Sunday I did a scan, did some research, I already knew what was going to happen, or in my head I already knew what was going to happen. I just decided not to take a day trade on Monday. But I'm definitely going to show you guys at least by Wednesday or Thursday. It might even be tomorrow. But I'm going to show you guys that I'm going to do 2 more day trades this week. And then I'll probably do that Friday day trade because my last week's Friday day trade is going to expire. So that'll give me my 3rd day trade back. We'll see. I'll play it by ear. The reason why I only want to do 2 day trades is if you do 2 day trades, you can use 1 day trade to save your butt if you make a mistake. So you accidentally buy something like Wells Fargo and you put a position in thinking it's going to cross, and then all of a sudden it drops a lot. You can use that day trade to make a stop loss. But and I was wrong twice on this one. I was wrong in that 5-minute period and that 1-minute period thinking it would have crossed. It didn't. Right? It didn't. Then a lot of stop losses. It's hovering right there. The last thing I want to recap today is going to be the SPY. Get some water real quick. Let me remove all these because these, they're pretty much useless now. The time's already passed on them. They're not going to be of any help. Alright, so looking at the general trend of the SPY, go ahead and draw a channel again. I've shown you guys this several times. Click down here. People like to draw the channel resistance point, at the very top. I mean, it really doesn't matter because it's going to show the same thing, but I like to draw it where it touches pretty much all the points, or as many points as possible. That way it can show, if it's touched several times, that's more of an accurate representation that it's trending in that direction. So I still believe it's going up. So basically it's following a continuation pattern. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So tomorrow, even though it's down right now, tomorrow should be a good day for me because I believe it's going to be trending up. It's going to be the next day, and that's when I want to lock in my profits. I want to lock in your profits when it's down because that means you're more likely going to lose money. You want to lock in when it's at the top. It's essentially the basic traders 101, buy low, sell high, buy low, sell high, buy low, sell high. So now people are buying here, it's low. Tomorrow, hopefully I can sell high. So by looking at trend analysis, I want to say, SPY's tested that high level of 280 to 285 several times. I want to say SPY could probably hit 288 tomorrow. I mean, that really depends on what happens in after hours trading. But if it does hit 288, that'd be a really good exit plan for a majority of what I have. So let me go ahead. Type in SPY. I'm going to search in what people are talking about for the SPY. Pennsylvania says the stay-at-home order will remain until May 8th. CDC reports its counts of 746,000 cases of new coronavirus as of the previous day at 4 p.m. Previous report was 720,000, so about 26,000 more people got coronavirus. I mean, that's still a lot of people, but you gotta think of it from the whole U.S. standpoint. I mean, that's not an insane amount of people, and it seems like it is slowing down, so hopefully whatever they're doing is good. Managers unveil a bill to hold China accountable for the virus spread. So people were on the news, they're pointing fingers again, so that's probably why people are panicking about the SPY. University of Michigan officials start taking pay cuts amongst projections of up to a $1 billion loss in COVID-19. I mean, that's normal. Everyone's going to lose. Governor gives an update. New Jersey governor gives an update. Saudi moves. They're applying oil cuts as soon as possible, rather than in May. I mean, obviously that's why U.S. oil prices are going down. They're essentially, barrels of oil used to trade for $65 a barrel, right? Then they had their little dispute with Russia, dropped to $35 a barrel. Now barrels of oil are dropping to, looks like people are talking about $12 per barrel. That's not very good. It's a pretty high, drop. I mean, it's like 20% of what the cost used to be. Oil sector drops, cannabis. Is this cannabis? In this cannabis industry, it's bad news. Federal initiatives are used during a panic. Looks like Aurora Cannabis is trying to raise money during this time. I'm not exactly sure why they would want to raise money. I guess since the valuation is still quite low, probably still need a little bit more money. But I don't know. It from my point of view, as a investor, it's a little weird for companies to raise money during this time unless they're like absolutely booming. So there's companies like Peloton where you stay at home and you're able to use a workout equipment hooked up with programs that show you how to work out. I think those companies are booming right now, just because everyone's stuck at home and people still need to find out ways of working out. So that would be a company that if they're doing a raise because they're booming, it'd be really good. A company like Slack or Zoom, those companies, I mean, obviously they don't need money right now, but if they were to raise money, they're booming, so I think they would be good. I don't know. I don't think the cannabis industry raises right now. From my point of view, that might be locking up money where I believe money shouldn't be locked up. But we'll see. I mean, that was just a headline for the SPY. Fox reporter. Charles Gasparino says Muni, that's probably short for municipal bond traders, say Illinois likely needs a federal bailout or massive debt restructuring as pandemic rips the state's economy apart. Pension liabilities nearly double and budget gap widens. It was a post on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and look at some of the oil companies. We got Valero. Valero's not taking a bad of a hit. I like Valero. Valero's a good company. ExxonMobil, not really taking a bad hit either. I think most of what's being said on the news right now is just a bunch of jokers. They're talking about, oil is just crashing. I mean, $12 a barrel is not good, but I think it's like absolutely destroying the oil market right now. For the most part, all these stocks are just already really lowly priced. So being so lowly priced, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people just picking them up, especially as people are getting stimulus checks. So psychologically, I wouldn't say they're at their lowest point, because that's something I don't know. But I would say they're pretty low. It's pretty good, people are speculative. And I believe that with that speculation, there's still room for the stocks to continue growing and continue making money. This is another good company that's booming. People are staying at home; they're just making stuff. It's really good. I would trade Etsy, but the thing is, the trend is just nonstop. If they open up the economy, then Etsy might drop a little bit because people won't be staying at home. This one's one I'm gonna avoid. Also, the implied volatility is really high. It's just super high because everyone's staying at home and they're just nonstop buying Etsy. However, if you would have bought the stock, this would have been a good buy and hold from my point of view. I typically don't buy and hold. That's just not my style of investing. Dropbox is another one that's good. I can't go back. Dropbox trended up. I drew this pattern a while back. Pattern. I even talked about it. Right? Pattern continued, and now there's a squeeze. Was today. It's not something I would have. I know there was a squeeze that was going to happen, but I just didn't know when. So I missed out on that trade. A lot of these companies, they're on my watch list. They're just companies that I've traded over time. So that Shell's taking a beating a little bit. Infinite Starbucks. Everyone still has to have their Starbucks, right? Still generally turning up. It's not really taking a huge beating. It is down today by like $1.38. Another good company that I've been keeping an eye on is eBay. eBay is just like Etsy. People can do stuff from home, sell stuff from home. It's turning up. I'm watching for them because they may make a move towards once people can go back outside and the economy picks back up. I believe there will be a sell-off just because it's been trending for so long. So eBay, let's see. I'll probably play puts on them when the market starts to pick back up. Oh, sorry, I forgot to answer. These are all speculative. So someone asked me, what else do I think I'm going to play? Right? These are just some of the stuff on my watch list. Here's another one. This company is Marvel. Marvel is pretty much a cybersecurity company. It's been trending up for a long time. I believe it's a really good company. What they've been doing has been really, really great. The only problem is there's just so many people, so many companies in the security space. California launched their CCPA privacy. There's a lot of competitors. I've been keeping an eye on them, just because as a cybersecurity company, they had really good highs before, and they've recovered really, really fast. However, no stocks tend to go up without having a kind of a resting phase. So this one may have a resting phase, it may not. I've just been keeping an eye on it. Let's see what else. I'm giving you guys a lot of freebies today, man. You guys trying to pick my brain. USBs is alright. I mean, it's another. Those are all the freebies you get today. I have a master watch list. I can't just. I don't have time to go through all of them right now. But yeah, those are part of my master watch list. I've been watching these stocks. The stocks are usually some pretty good setups, pretty good bounces. Looks like there's another news. New Jersey governor. And New Jersey governor is talking about could be a federal cash assistance, which could say, read the whole article, blah 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 blah, says there could be another round of stimulus. So we'll see what happens. I still haven't gotten my stimulus. Let's see. Yeah, Wells Fargo is still trading up at the end of the day. I'd say since 8:30, traded right around here. I'd say it's from Friday, yes, it's down. It's just more panic selling, but I feel from this morning pre-market, it's made some gains. This is probably my favorite setup right here. This one will probably work. This one's hypothetical. So that's pretty much going to conclude my stream, my analysis, my brain. You guys definitely take my brain a lot today. So thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned for tomorrow. It's going to be day 7 of this challenge. My goal for this week is hitting $1,000. It's only another $500 more. Not too high of a stretch. It's doubling. It's 200%. For the week. 200% for most people is pretty good. If you double your money in a week, that's pretty good. I've definitely done it in the past. Actually done it on several occasions. So I just want to stream it. I want to show you guys that it is profitable, and I really appreciate you guys joining me on this journey, this challenge, just to build a network of people, which I call the Options and Traders Network. Just teach a lot of people how they can take control of their own wealth, and how they can learn the high income skills that I learned from my mentor, and essentially take them to where they want to be in life, to have financial confidence. So with financial confidence, you're not going to have to worry about paying the bills. You're not going to worry about do you still have your job or not. You're not going to worry about being on a glass ceiling of how much you can get paid, because once
once you master the skill, there's literally no one who's going to say, this is the most money you're going to get paid. You're not going to get anything more. If you work really hard at this, there's literally no limit to how much money you can make. Obviously, as you get better, you can do less work for more time. So that makes you even more productive. You have higher positions, you have a lot less work, and you get a lot more returns. Like I said, for scaling, $500 account, it's up like 20% today. Multiply that by like 10, right? For a $5,000 account, 20% on a $5,000 account could have made $1,000 a day, right? And just keep scaling that up. Eventually, when you get to the $100,000 mark, then you start scaling extremely fast. And if anything, you treat this like a business. It's no different. Basically, just keep growing your business, and you don't have to sell to like random negotiating, painstaking customers. No one's gonna argue with you and say, hey, your prices are too high or whatnot. You're not doing that, and really, you don't have to compete with anybody when you're doing this. Theoretically, you are, but the main thing you're trying to do is you're trying to improve yourself, improve your mindset, and just get better at what you do. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what the guy next to you does. Just all that matters is you stick with your plan, and can you do it? And I'm just gonna harp on that every single day until it gets to your guys' head. You guys know, hey man, this is my plan. This is what I'm gonna do, right? Because if you can take your plan and you can act on it every single day, guarantee you, it doesn't matter what you're doing in life, you're gonna be really successful. So I'm gonna end with the last thing that I heard from a mentor who he was able to actually interview Will Smith. He was not interviewing. He was able to talk with Will Smith, and Will Smith said, Will Smith said one thing that was really, really important. So in the interview, there's people who asked Will Smith, what did you do to get to where you are? So the one thing he said was, first, I'm going to lay this brick. Build this house, but first I'm going to lay this brick as perfectly as I can. Basically what he was saying was he just wanted to achieve mastery at what he does. That was his goal, is just to achieve mastery. It wasn't to like lay 1,000 bricks and build a house like immediately. It was just I'm going to take this first step. I'm going to do this first thing as good as I can. It wasn't to make money. It wasn't to do whatever. It was just to achieve mastery. So once you achieve mastery at one thing, no matter what it is, maybe it's trading. Once you achieve mastery, that's going to be something that's going to take you to that next level. We got 1 more minute till close. I'm gonna be here. Well, I gotta mute myself, and then once that bell rings for closing, I'm gonna stop, and I'm gonna skip on running a report today.